you are colonized to believe that the more you speak a better English,
you can clean it.
You are intelligent. But a perfect English is not a mark of intelligence. A mark of linguistic ability. You are able to speak. I speak 14 languages. I speak Swahili. I speak Spedi. I speak Xhosa, your language. I speak 14 languages. You understand? It doesn't necessarily make me intelligent. It makes me a linguistic. But we were colonized to believe that because you speak a perfect English, therefore you are intelligent. But how many perfect English speakers among us invented anything?
Of this house collect basic salary of 2.5 per month. I, of this house, collect basic salary of 2.5 per month. Furniture allowance 7.5 million per month. Newspaper allowance 1.2 million per month. Wardrobe allowance 621,000 per month. Research allowance 248,000 per month. Accommodation allowance 4.9 million per month. Utility allowance 828,000 per month. Personal assistant allowance 621,000 per month.
Yes, I want to believe that you all heard what this lawmaker said. All right, so let's do the math together. So he said his salary per month is 2.5 million naira. All right, so when you multiply 2.5 million naira by 12, that is 30 million naira. Okay, this is what he earns in 1 year. This is what a Nigerian lawmaker earns in 1 year. Then furniture allowance is 7,500,000 naira per month. That is, they ought to be changing their furnitures every month. Okay? When you multiply 7,500,000 by 12, you get 90 million naira. This is what they earn in 1 year for furniture. Then newspaper allowance is 1.2 million. All right? Yes, newspaper allowance every month they are being given 1.2 million. So when you multiply 1.2 million naira by 12, you get 14,400,000. This is what a lawmaker in Nigeria earns every year for newspaper, as newspaper allowance. Then we have wardrobe. Wardrobe allowance is 621,000. All right. 621,000 multiplied by 12 is 7,452,000 naira. Okay? So every month, a lawmaker in Nigeria is giving 621,000, for wardrobe. Then we have recess allowance, 248,000. So when you multiply 248,000 by 12, you have 2,936,000 naira. So a lawmaker in Nigeria is being given 2,936,000 naira as recess allowance. Okay, we have accommodation. Every month, a lawmaker in Nigeria is being given 4,900,000 naira for accommodation. That is every month. They ought to pack out from their house and move to a new house. Then when you multiply 4,900,000 by 12, you get 58,800,000 naira. Okay, so a lawmaker in Nigeria earns 58,800,000 naira as accommodation allowance. Then we have utility. Utility here is 828,000 naira. When you multiply 828,000 naira by 12, you have 9,936,000 naira. Okay, so every month, a lawmaker in Nigeria is given 828,000 naira for utility. Then we have a personal assistance allowance. That one is 621,000 naira. Multiplied by 12, you have 7,452,000 naira. So when you total all this figure, you see that a lawmaker in Nigeria earns annually, the total figure a lawmaker in Nigeria earns annually is 221,016,000 naira. So annually, a lawmaker in Nigeria earns 221,016,000 naira. When you multiply by 4, it is 884,064,000 naira. But these are people that cannot pay 62,000 minimum
in this particular place. And this is a national budget. We have to look at it critically. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring the attention of the House in this item 281, light rail, Kanu, Ogun, Lagos. Mr. Speaker, I'm from a zone, and none of the southeast and other zones are captured in this particular place. And this is a national budget. We have to look at it critically. It's not for a particular state, Mr. Speaker. The southeast need to be included. That is my point of order, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Your observation. I am sure in the course of the year that might...
Mr. Speaker, no other time. It is now. Let us do it now. Mr. Speaker, observation.
They are already ongoing now.
Yours is noted, Honorable, and we'll bring it to the attention of Mr. President.
Order.
In the near future, we'll ensure that that balancing is done, okay? Please, let's make progress.
Order, please.
Border communities infrastructure carried. Military barracks accommodation carried.
The event has already overtaken it.
Total capital supplementation carried. Total capital
Observation, Mr. Speaker. South for the rail. South.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra Land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the first day of March 2025. Therefore, I hereby welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers. Even do not deny your enemies to listen to this sacred message, or this message of awakening. This is Radio Biafra London, where it all started. Draw nearer to your listening devices. We are live and direct. Today is the first day of March 2025, being Saturday, a day dedicated to religious discussions, because we are not going to shy away from something that has been problematic to us. You don't run away from problems, you confront them. That is it. Therefore, we must discuss. We must discuss. If we say we are not going to discuss it, which means we are postponing the problem for further notice. And that is not what we want to do. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends onto this hallowed platform. We are live and direct, and we are on our FM 102.1 in different parts of Biafra land, FM 102.1 in many parts of Biafra land. If your side is not covered yet, please know that IPOB is working relentlessly in order to cover all these areas. Therefore, you can also download IPOB Community Radio. IPOB Community Radio, it is a very low data consumer application which you can download through your Play Store application on your smartphone. Also, you can, in addition to that, you can also download Simple Radio. The same is in your Play Store application in your smartphone. Simple Radio and Radio Garden. These are two different apps. Through them, once you download them, either Simple Radio and or Radio Garden, you search for Radio Biafra London, and you will get us speaking to hear the message of awakening. Here, there is no massaging of words. This is where it all started, and we are not going to bring down the standard on which Mazi Nnamdi Kanu built Radio Biafra. This is why we all gathered, and we must tell ourselves the truth. We must continue discussion. That thing that you think that it is anathema, it is forbidden, all those forbidden fruits, you see, here we expose them so that our eyes will be open. I don't see the reason why a God that created human being will say, no, don't eat fruit of knowledge, so that you continue being mumu. You know what I call for beacon. No, any day you eat the fruit, you will die. And the serpent said, no, you will not die, but you will know good and evil. Who says the truth? Of which, when they ate the fruit, according to the story, their eyes opened. They knew automatically that they were naked. So, this is where we always eat that fruit of knowledge. If you are afraid of eating it, please do not listen, because here we seek for knowledge. Knowledge is our standard. According to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the message, the core message of this Radio Biafra is subjecting everything to the altar of reason. Maybe you don't even understand. So everything to the, he said question everything. He didn't say no, question some. When he reaches to religion, no, don't go there. It will make some people sad. It will bring cause confusion. No, he said question everything. When you see that many countries are developed today because they underwent what we are trying to ginger here on Radio Biafra. Countries underwent revolution, mental revolution, that busted out into physical revolution at one point or the other. But you now that is sitting and enjoying the fruits of people's mental revolution in America, in Europe, in Asia countries like Japan, South Korea, even China, and all the rest. You are enjoying the fruit of other people's labor. You don't even care to understand, to know how are these people able to build this type of civilization. No, you don't ask yourself that. You don't make research about that. You think it's a day job. You think building a nation is building umunna meeting. Aga ango mmanya atọ ọgba ngo mmanya ba kwemi no more. I discuss. We go to the meeting. Agenda, the topic, the agenda. Not gonna minutes. Last time we discussed about how the preparation for Mazi Okafor's child dedication. Yeah, we're here. You know, yeah, we're here. What will be discussed in that meeting? A whole thing pass everywhere. No matter. Yeah, you know, when you bring about now, let us discuss things that concerns us. That's it. No. We don't enter into politics. And these people that are talking, we don't want here is not where to discuss politics. They don't know that human being, man, is a political animal naturally. Your ability to even keep your family, control your family is politics. Relate to other human beings in your business places, in your workplaces is politics. Being in a country as a national is politics. Everything concerning human being is about politics. But our people understand? No. Here we open our eyes. We learn from each other. That is why anytime I mount this podium, please, I say, whatever I say here, you have the right in order to call and give a contrary opinion. I used to say it all the time. I'm not misunderstanding it all. We learn from each other. But don't come here to only rant or to warn that no, on sentiment, no, this you are causing. No. We need the facts and figures. We need the superior arguments. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was on A, people used to call and even some challenge and say, Mazi, this I could remember one called and say, Mazi, I love what you are doing, but when you dabble into religion, you are going to fail. You know, let us enter into Biafra struggle without talking about. He say one day, Mazi, how do you think that we can talk about Biafra without talking about religion? It's impossible. Impossible. These are intertwined because religion is one thing that is being used till today in order to enslave us, in order to make our people more moronic. That is the truth. So there is no way we can discuss about or be discussing about the Biafra restoration without diving into religion. It is impossible because religion is a weapon, one of the main tools, one of the main weapons that was used and is still being used in order to make sure that we remain stupid and more stupid, pacified and hopeless, or having fake hope. Have you ever wondered? Just check around the whole Africa where you have Christians and Muslims colonized by Europe, because every African country is colonized by Europe except only Ethiopia was not successfully colonized. Where there are these two people or two ethnicities, you know, because there is something I also found out. Anywhere they go, any statistics, national or international statistics, they only recognize these two foreign religions in our land, in Africa, Christians and Muslims. There is no mention of any indigenous religion in most part of it, which is also an insult. You know, we are looking for what is holding us in mountains. We're not knowing that they're for our body now. Waiting the whole us is there for our body. Just don't look for Sokoto, it's there for Sokoto. You know, how can we come in a country now? You only count us when you talk about religion. You mention Islam, Christian. No, listen. It's an insult. These are things we have to be talking about. Identification, nothing like African, traditional religion. Let me call it like that. Nothing. Officially. But in Asia, you will have Shintoism, Hindu, Buddhism, Zoroastrian. You have different Islam, which is their religion, originally, their culture. You have different types of religions they put officially. But in our own, no way, they identify us as the same way Africa is the only continent that is identified as Anglophone and Francophone. Sometimes I say, why are we even saying that now Africa we are? Let me tell you, the whole world look at us as still slaves till today. It's only in Africa that you identify people. Even somebody will proudly be telling his fellow African that I'm Francophone. But be proud of it. Oh, no, I'm Francophone. No, I'm Anglophone. You know, these are people without shame. Africans are people without shame. The worst thing that can happen to a slave is when you see the chain on your neck as a necklace. No, you don't. Oh, this is necklace. You know, it's very good. And it's a chain. The chain. That is how Africa, how we are behaving in every sphere of our lives. You know, I'm Anglophone. You start speaking English. Nice Queen's English. I'm Anglophone. A slave. Oh, I'm Francophone. Let me tell you something. From Middle East down to Far East of Asia, most of the countries we are colonized by the same colonization that happened to us, by the same people, by the same Europeans. But do you know the difference? Do you know the difference? You can never see an Asian telling you that I'm an Anglophone, or an Arab telling you that I'm an Anglophone. Even in North Africa, never. He will tell you, say, I'm an Arab. Simple. I'm an Arabophone. In Middle East, the same thing. In Middle East, you know, many mandate of Palestine colonized by French, English, and French until Syria, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, by England. The same way Africans were colonized. But you can never see them being proud or be called, are you Anglophone or Francophone? Maybe a Lebanese. Lebanon was colonized by French or France. It's only black people, these huge Africans that are proud. You will be telling his brother, no, you know, you people, you Francophone. A zoological republic slave will be telling his fellow Benin Republic that you are Anglophone. Me, I'm Anglophone now. You are Francophone. And you are looking at where the problem is. It's in our head. Are you hearing me? I play this, but listen to it again.
Saying that Nigerians and Indians were both colonized by the British, but the Indians rejected the British culture. They rejected the British religion. They rejected the British food. They rejected the British way of doing things and hold on to the British technology. You know, and then we have the Nigerians, that is us Africans, accepted the British culture, the British dress code, the British food, the British every religion, and rejected the British technology. now that is why the Indians are the most advanced.
Do you hear it? Do you hear it? Do you hear it? You know, I used to give example all the time with mostly India. Colonized like us, the same thing. But there is a difference in the mentality of the people. They rejected the British religion, rejected the British language, way of life, but tried one way or the other to hang on to British technology. When you see an Igbo man, a Biafran, yapping, that look, is it why you are talking of you know, Omenala? What did your ancestors, what did they do? What do they have technology? Do they build the plane? Did they do this? It is the colonial masters that brought education, brought development. When you look at these people, you don't know what to do. Whether you don't know what to do the person, whether because you don't, where are you going to start to at least to educate the person? You don't know. You don't know. Now you ask the person. India that is not Christian, colonized by Britain, yes. They don't speak English. They retained their language, everything they retained, but in one way or the other, they grabbed the technology. Which means it could be done. Transfer of technology is natural. You learn, you know, human beings, you learn from each other. Grab what you can from another. The good things. Let me tell you something for your information. Some people don't know that you see this nuclear weapon that is all at all today. The first people, scientists that started it is Germany. Is in Germany. They tried to build a nuclear weapon, but the Allied forces destroyed their uranium enrichment, you know, processes. I'm telling you. And during the Second World War, there is what they call Operation Paperclip. Operation Paperclip. Operation Paperclip is a project. It was a secret USA intelligence program. You know, where more than 1,600 German scientists, engineers, and technicians were taken from former Nazi Germany to the United States for government employment after the end of the World War. There was a scramble for science, for technology that time. When you see this nuclear weapon, the nuclear weapon was facilitated by German scientists, which America scrambled for and brought them. Which means you can gain from a country, from a foreign country, what you want. If you organize, but our people think that, oh, it is Christianity that gives development. No, no. This is a heavy mistake. You can learn something from a country and reject the other, another thing from a country. Are you hearing me? Do you see? I say why I love Trump is he revealed many things that used to be secretive. Look at the Oval Office. Firework between Donald Trump and that comedian. Everybody is now all over the world. Yesterday, You saw that Trump he has no protocol. He say, "I'm a businessman." You ripped the United States of 300 and something $billion, and that former stupid president didn't just fall for now. Didn't get nothing out of sentiment, and the American taxpayers are suffering now. Before even we talk about any other thing, security guarantee. Now let us sign the deal. What you pay back that money? How I get my money? We get our money, nothing more. He open up. That is how it's supposed to be. He said because the Europeans, when they say they are giving billions and billions, is loan. They got their own. They got their returns very quietly and successfully, but they were using Biden. You know, he was very old man. You know, without no return, using sentiment. Now we don't worry. And Trump will say now is over. I'm a businessman, so forget. No sentiment. Sign the deal first. Now we talk about any other thing. Do you see that? You can get something from a country in exchange for something. You can also reject something that is harmful to you. So when you see that the Europeans forced religion to us, know that there is something sinister. Japan rejected it by force, and it cost lots of blood, Japanese blood, and today they are enjoying it. So what I was saying before is this: just check the whole Africa, where there is these two religions, European religion and Arabic religion, Islam and Christian, who are always the victims. The Christians, they always, if there is sizable number of Muslims, the Europeans always side them, to use them to cause confusion against their so-called Christian brothers in order for some benefits. Just check around everywhere. Do they support you? The answer is no. Let me read this news headline, which since 1 week now, on the 25th day in February, last Saturday I wasn't on air for obvious reasons. Now, that news headline, it says 70 Christians found beheaded in church in DRC in Congo. Let me, let me tell you, the Europeans look at Christians in Africa as when in our place, I know Ojiono. When you bring out, or even when we are small, if we go, somebody bring out money, you don't just collect that money. You put it on the ground. You put the notes on ground. Now that mawu we dance on it. You understand? And you dance on the that note, one note. Once you dance on the notes, dance on the dance and all ababune, no more. It becomes mawu's own money. Therefore, ababugwe. So the Europeans take Christians, African Christians mostly, as they don't matter. They never matter. And these are people you can. They have killed them mentally, so there is no need. They are dead mentally. All their motivations are the book of Job say this and that to say. So these people, no need. Do you see that? Now they sponsor. Look at even in Mozambique today. They are using Islamic terrorists in order to cause problem in the side of Mozambique that is filled up with natural resources, gas, crude oil, and other solid minerals. that is it. Because the lives of Christians, Europeans don't take them as anything. They only come that and that one is over. because even in their various countries, they have surrendered power. Governments have taken over power to protect their citizens, no more the church, not Christianity. So that religion so they no need of the Europeans look at you now quote to Galatians chapter and they are branded. There's nothing to do to revive. You cannot revive them. So you allow them to be tied as anyhow. It doesn't matter. They always call God to come and revenge. So let me read this. 70 Christians found beheaded in church in DRC. Okay, there is somewhere I want to. 70 Christians have been found beheaded in a church in the Democratic Republic of Congo in what's the latest devastating attack on believers in the northeast of the country. According to field sources, around 4 a.m. Thursday, 13 February, suspected militants from Allied Democratic Forces, ADF, a group with ties to so-called Islamic State, approached homes in Meba, saying, get out, and don't make any noise. 20 Christian men and women came out and were captured, shaken by this incident. People from the local community in Meba later gathered to work out how to release those held captive. However, that is this terrorist militants surrounded the village and captured a further 50 believers. All 70 of those kidnapped were taken to a Protestant church in Kasanga, where they were tragically killed. Okay. Mohindo Musinzo, director of Kombo Primary School, which belongs to this church, says that prior to this incident, churches, schools, and health centers have all shut their doors because of the chaotic security situation. We had to move all activities towards Voying. Okay. Now, there is a place I'm looking. Field sources report until yesterday, Tuesday, 18 February, some families had not been able to bury their dead because of insecurity in the area. Many Christians have now fled the area for their safety. That is how they do. That is how Christians are sentenced. As sheep, they scatter. They don't fight. No fighting. The book of Matthew says God will fight for you. So don't fight. You run. Do you see why? That's why if you're a normal average Christian, just normal I decree, make a decree. Make a decree, and you never make decree since Nnamdi Kanu to come out. Wait now, the day we come out, you see, different people will come. They will come. No, how are people training? Divine we don't know what to do or how to pray. We have had enough of massacre, says an elder of Sesak 20 Church. May God's will alone be done. That is Christians. God's will be done. So, I'm saying, this religion, when they tell you that end time, for your information, it's in the Bible, when you hear the end time, it is the end of the Christian era. That is the Christianity itself, the religion. I'm telling you. Because as people are opening eyes, people are moving away, knowing that how can you be joking with people's lives? People are, imagine 70 people beheaded in this modern era, and even in the Christian community in Europe, it's not making noise. There, no military to come and fight, to ginger or nothing. Say, may God's will alone be done. That is why I'm just saying. I'm telling you, see this mentality. No, the weapons of our warfare is not carnal, but mighty through God to the pulling down of stronghold. Stronghold, he pulled it down because I was thinking, no, it's spiritual. Say, are we living in spiritual? We are human beings. We are living physical human life. And you are telling me spiritual. What can you charge the phone spiritually? Are you listening to me, listening to Radio Biafra spiritually? Nah, let me tell you, this religion is just like is a virus. For your information, because you cannot be sane and be this religious. If we are saying it here, some people might be picking offense. Do I care? If you cannot understand, you misunderstand. That is it. Because you have chosen the path. If you are open to, to superior argument, you will understand what we preach here. It is not talking against any religion, no. But we are preaching facts, opening your eyes, opening our eyes, making sure that we reason. That frontal lobe that have numbed, that is dead, brain dead, we try to revive it for you to think. Reason. They beheaded 70 Christians. Do you know Ibu Pumadishi Congo? It doesn't cause any fury in the Christian world. The Catholic, the Church of England, the whole Christians in the world didn't make noise about it. To say no, we are going to send soldiers. No. It's only pray. We will continue praying. Pray. Pray, may God's will be done. This was not just an act of terror. It was a targeted massacre of Christians, and it will not stop here, says Lilia Jadi, senior analyst for freedom of religion or belief in sub-Saharan Africa for Open Doors. Who is their victims? Christian. Do they need to fight? No, don't fight. The weapons of my warfare is spiritual. It's never can. So why should you fight? The man, one of the people, their representative, say, may God's will be done. And they will kill again. They will continue killing. What they know, they run away. And these people, this is a religion that a religion of disarmament. They disarm you mentally so that you no longer you can no longer act. This is the main thing that is holding us. For your information, when you are asking why are our people so distant, so pacified, no, it is the main thing is the religion. Are you hearing what I'm saying? It is the religion we are. Imagine, can you imagine that before the Europeans didn't come to our land? It's only the Arabs that came to our land and converted all Igbo people, Biafrans, to Muslim Islam. Do you think that we'll be pacified like this? Offensive like this? Do you think so? The answer is no. The answer is no. We'll not be pacified like this. This religion came and pacified us. They tell you, no. Tomorrow is church now. They preach to you, don't worry. God is in control. Everything will be okay as long as you trust the Lord. They raise your volume, the volume of your sentiments. Every time they fine-tune it, they raise it up. So that before it goes down below 50, now you must have attended another church. That is why you go church, Monday, Bible study, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, they make sure they continue charging you. I could remember if you miss any service, they come, brother, why you didn't come to remember? God say, don't fall back or don't backslide or this. They know what they are doing to continue charging you. That is how it is. Into stupidity, into pacificness. That is why you see the Europeans, they are not interested in you. Because they know that the religion they brought to you have pacified you, so you are powerless. Even if they try to ginger you, nothing. You can't do anything again. You are spent shell. That is why they only go to where it is happening. The people that know how to fight, they use them, give them everything. So take everything, leave these idiots. We have converted them. We have made them to be idiots. Let's go. Take. That is how it is. Therefore, without taking any much time, let me go direct to the topic of our discussions today, which is our core value and organizing factor is omenala. In Igbo, omenala. Our core value and organizing factor is omenala. It pains me a lot when you see an Igbo person. He will start referring to you as Ndi omenala. And the person that is telling you this, he have his surname as Okeke. He never jettisoned his surname. You follow him, he tell you where he carry you to where his house is in his village. Where he didn't buy land. He inherited his land in his village. The only place in the world you can get land free, it is our omenala. But these individuals, these ignorant individuals will be calling you the omenala. Whereas Amori and omenala. You know, what kind of level of ignorance have of these people, the Europeans, spread in our land? Now, I say our core value and organizing factor is omenala. Now, let's go. You know, when we talk about core value, that is ejirimanandi. Number one, if you are, for example, in Japan today, all of a sudden you bump into a black person. A black person can be from America. The black person can be from Europe. The black person can be from even Asia, from India, or from Papua New Guinea, any place. Maybe you start up a conversation. Hi, how are you? You say, fine. Yeah. Where you come from? What is your name? I'll say Chinedu. When I say Chinedu, automatically you have known that only one is my brother. Finish. You turn into Igbo direct. Because it is our core value. We answer through our names. Is part of our core values. You understand? Now, core value are the principles, or core values are the principles and priorities that guide a people, nation, country, or organization's actions. They represent the foundational commitments and deeply held beliefs that allow them to navigate complex situations while keeping their identity and culture at the forefront. Because core values help us, to navigate complex situations while keeping our identity and culture at the forefront without losing our identity. That is our core value. Because once you are removed from your identity, your core value, you are finished. It's like a fish that was brought out from river is dead. That's why a child, when you see a child that never knew his father, for example, mostly male child, they grew up, they will never allow the mother to rest until they will make sure they find their father. Are you hearing? Because without his father, he feels that he is, he have lost his identity, which means he's a bastard. Even from school, they'll be taunting you. Who is your father? So you see a child, even if the family has anything, give him heaven and earth. As long as once he starts maturing, he will start asking, who is my father? Oh, he has died. Oh, no. I want to go and see where they bury him. Where, from where? You want to know. Because without it, you don't have identity. That is just like core value. So we must retain our core value. Core values define you. Core values define you. Core values guide you. And that is omenala. When you see an Igbo person removing himself from Omenala, say, no one do Omenala, know that he's a bastard. He's, how do you call it? Cultural bastard. That is what he is. A cultural bastard. That is what he's calling himself. It's not even you that is calling him. It's him. Because as an Igbo man, our core value and organizing factor is Omenala. It is only the advent or the coming of the Europeans, the coming of the Europeans, the colonization we suffered that Christianized us, and not only that, turned us against our culture. The most horrible thing that happened to us is turning us against our culture. That is turning us against ourselves. We continue fighting ourselves, and the Europeans, they quietly continue looting, laughing at us. That's why I say that so spent shell. We continue fighting against our image, against our identity, against they are doing what they are doing, exploiting. When they look at it, they say, these people, we have turned them into zombies, so no need. They have no use, they are spent shell. That is why they always side the active people, mostly the Muslims, that can fight. Because they have used religion in order to pacify us, disarm us, and made turn us into spent shells. Instead, we are fighting against ourselves. That is it. Ahmad Jehovah say, Assemblies of God. Assemblies of God quarrel against Catholic. Catholic quarrel against Israel. They turning round and round as a spent shell, powerless. That is it. So, what am I trying to say? Remember, I'm talking about our core value and organizing factor is Omenala. We are incompatible as Nigerians because we lack common core value with the caliphate. We are not the same people. We are all human beings, yes, but we are not the same people. So that is, we are incompatible because we lack common core value with the caliphate. That is why we are agitating to move out from Nigeria, to be separated. Remember, it was the caliphate that agitated first. The first agitators to not to be part of Nigeria was the caliphate, the Sokoto Caliphate. For your information, before independence, Ahmad Bello said no, he cannot be part of this. Even another time was after the counter coup of 1966, Gowon, where Gowon was given power. The coup of Murtala Mohammed, where Gowon was given power. They said no, Araba. They no longer want to be Nigeria. They were once again convinced. Britain did their work. Their secret service did the job of putting, say, you will gain this later. Don't worry, don't run. There is too much oil and the natural resources you will gain later. In the next 30, 40, 50 years, you will thank us. And convince them to remain in Nigeria in order for them to be used to exploit us. And that is what is happening today, isn't it? So, that is it. That is it. So, now, let me continue. We have been existing and running our affairs as a people before the Europeans. That is before the European first arrival in our land in 15th century. Now, you know what? It's an Igbo adage. Whenever we are talking about this religion, you know, we go back a bit to also understand, to tell ourselves the origin of this religion. Was turn our brain against our own ourselves. Are you hearing me? So that's why I said we have been existing and running our affairs as a people before the European first arrival in our land in the 15th century. That is the Portuguese. They arrived the first time 1480. That is 15th century. Late 15th century. That is 1480 CE. To establish business with the then Benin Empire, Aro Confederacy, Lagos, Badagry, and others. That is the first time they came. Are you hearing me? But we have been there before they came. They came for business, which means we have been there. We are doing our own thing, living our lives. It doesn't matter that maybe we are not as developed, as technologically advanced as the Europeans, but we are there doing our things like every other. If you don't develop today, you can develop tomorrow. After all, even the same time they also entered Japan, the first time, 15th century, the same time they came to Africa. And Japan was also like that. You know, the Asians were like Africans that time. The same way, the same thing. The same thing. Okay, now Christianity was first introduced in Lagos and the Benin Empire in the 15th century through one Augustine and Capuchin friars from Portugal, but was never successful. The time they came, they were talking about Christianity with their missionaries. Nobody paid attention at that time in that 15th century, so it wasn't successful. At that time, people were never interested in their stories. It was only later on, in 1842, almost 400 years later, after or during, it's still the time of, transatlantic slavery, or towards the ending of transatlantic slave trading, that now they understand. They now start bringing in the slaves that we are Christianized, the black people, to do the job, because they themselves came as white people 400 years back. No person paid attention, so they have to bring people that speak the same language, the same color with us. These people have changed. Now they did the job. Do you see how the thing happened? This thing I punish, this thing we carry for head now as if it is our life. Whereas we had lives before even it came our land. Okay. At that time, people were never interested in their stories. Yes. It was only 1842, in 1842, almost 400 years later, that the first mission of the Church of England was established in Badagry by Henry Townsend. Do you see that? By Henry Townsend in 1842. Charles Longley, the then Archbishop of Canterbury. Okay. In 1864, sorry, Charles Longley, the then Archbishop of Canterbury, consecrated Samuel Ajayi Crowther, Bishop for the Niger Mission, as a black person. He's a Yoruba man, thus becoming the first African bishop and bishop of the Niger territories, which was subsequently renamed the Diocese of Western Equatorial Africa, with its headquarters in Onitsha. You see that? Christianity was introduced in Igbo land through European colonization in 1857. Now, when you count 1857 till now, how many years? You see that it is not up to 200 years. Let me do the calculation. 2025 minus 1857, 168 years only. This thing that we have taken to a very foolish level came to our land, was started the first time 168 years. My grandfather was alive that time. How that is, my grandfather was a young man that time. He died not a Christian. So you see how things change. This thing that brainwash us now, we start, do you see how things are? I'm saying, Aroshe Bakarike, Goshikwana Yoshishi Penya. Now Ghana too much. That is why we have to also dive in. Now, this thing you are doing, this thing that is causing brain damage to us, this thing that is making brother to hate brother, this thing that is look at when it started, only 168 years back. You know why the Fulani? You know why their own is different? Let me tell you. They are Islam. They were converted to Islam in 10th, 11th century. You see, it's more than 1,000 years. So their own is they can no longer trace their neutral or natural core value. So they have adopted Islam as their core value because they is too far. But our own is not far. Our own is just yesterday. 1 century plus only, 168 years. Do you see that? That is the luck we have. And that is why this awakening is going on. So that we return back. We return back to our roots. When we preach this, let me tell you something. Enemies are highly mischievous. Detractors are mischievous. They tell you, look at what is happening in our land. Insecurity. They are doing okite. You're doing kidnapping. Doing this and that. Money ritual. Using human blood. As if it is going back to our root that bring it. Let me tell you something. There will be no gain without pain. Are you hearing what I'm saying? Whenever something good is going to happen, it must be first of all hijacked and used in order to stop it, to make people condemn it and stop it. It's just like ESN was launched. You see that? In order to combat, to bring safety into our forests, to combat the Fulani terrorists in our land that are terrorizing our land, scaring farmers away from our farms, causing artificial food scarcity. Now, ESN was launched when our governors, our political elites, Igbo political elites we are unable to do anything. ESN was launched. They know it's a good thing. And do you know what? Because they know it is the perfect thing to be done. Now, Nigerian government conspired with Igbo politicians in order to unleash criminality, to be using the name of ESN. They will call you as scammers, say, ESN, no, we visit you unless you send us money to buy send us 2 million naira, 3 million. They will just be using, they use our name. You see, different camps, they use ESN, say they are fighting for Biafra, which is a lie. It is the same thing. When we are talking about going back to our roots, some people are using it against us, say, is it look at how you have turned the Igbo land into kidnappers den. These are native doctors. Tell that person that you are a fool. You are what? A fool. Tell the person, why are you then defending ESN? Why don't you also call to the Nigerian government, say, no, ESN, it is them in Osun camp, in Abia camp, in Anambra Uli, they are killing people. Because this is what they want. So when we preach going back to our roots, you see enemies will also hijack it in order to be committing crimes. So it is our duty to continue sanitizing, differentiating between the real Omenala And all these, hooligans and government agents that are hiding under the name of Odenala and Domenala in order to commit crimes. It's the same thing. Here we bow to superior arguments. We demolish you with superior argument. So we have no excuse. If you are given as in IPOB, but you are given this analogy that it is this native doctors that are so we should stop preaching this. It is causing confusion. Say, okay, stop agitating for Biafra because people are using Biafra name or hiding under Biafra agitation to commit crime. So why are you continuing? Let us stop everything. What would the person say? Just tell me. That's why we say we can demolish you with superior argument and you keep quiet. We open mouth in our query. It is in every revolution. Let me tell you, in European revolutions, it underwent different phases. During the revolutions, even in France, some people hijack it. It's not one day job. Some people hijack it also in order to go through the wrong direction. But still, revolutions continue. Revolutions to sanitize, say, no, this is not what we want to. This is not the way. The real people, genuine people, continue consistently, relentlessly, in order to be driving the revolution to the right path. And continue making people to understand that, look, this is the right path. That this revolution should never be hijacked. So it is our duty to be doing that. It is always our duty. Do not allow people to use this insecurity. They are using it to kidnap, and it is what do you call it? It is a native doctor. That is nonsense. It's blackmail. The same way they are blackmailing Biafra, genuine Biafra freedom fighting. Criminals, government use criminals. Nigerian government use criminals to blackmail it. Ordinary criminals also use it, hide under it in order to commit crimes. Because for them, man must work in one way or the other. So people use it for different motives, for their selfish interest to work. That is how things are. Are you hearing me? So this issue of stigmatizing or profiling Indiomenale started by Soludo. I've said it and I'm continuing saying it. Is very, very dangerous. Separate crime. I say separate crime. Call crime a crime. Don't tag it to one religion or one color or one thing or the other. No. Crime should be called crime and should be dealt with as a crime. Now, Igbo governors and politicians are very, very fast. They act very fast when it comes to things that will cause us divisions in our land. There is this memo from so-called Imo communique issued by the Imo State Council of Traditional Rulers after an emergency meeting held on Wednesday, 26 February 2025 at Eze Imo Palace, Owerri. I will read some of it, first and second. But they will never hold the meeting in order to talk about the sidelining of our land from Nigerian federal government developmental project. No, they don't hold me. They don't talk about it. That is not their concern. What is their concern is that thing that will bring division, that will bring problem in our land. They love it, so that we continue being busy fighting ourselves. That is what they like. That is why they are there. They are being put there. They are the warrant chiefs, both the traditional rulers in our land, both the politicians in our land. They are the warrant chiefs. Are you hearing me? So they want to keep our people busy, even if it means fighting each other. That is why you hear communal crisis in some parts of Biafra land. It is artificial. You will see they like to stir it up to keep our people busy, so that people will not be able to be holding the political elites accountable for what we are losing from Nigeria. A whole southeast, even on south, Biafra land was sidelined from Nigerian budget, developmental budget. We are as if we don't exist. You know, only one lawmaker, one senator raised it up, and the speaker, chief speaker there, the chairman said, "No, we don't worry. I've had it. I will raise your issue with the president when I meet him. Maybe in the near future, maybe in the supplementary budget in the near future, maybe we can consider you people." He never warranted this communique to be issued by the State Council of Traditional Rulers, by the governors in our land. They didn't hold the emergency meeting for this. Something so grave like this, they didn't hold the emergency meeting. Do you see what we are suffering? Do you see the problems we are having? He didn't warrant the governors in the 7 governors in our land, both the southeast and south, I mean 6 and 7. He didn't warrant them to meet together to discuss this. He didn't warrant the so-called traditional rulers in every part of Biafra land to gather and say, no, this, we said no, it shouldn't happen. No, they didn't. It didn't. That is not a problem, because for them it didn't concern them. It concerns only the people. But what matters to them is, bam, they have gathered in Imo State, the Imo counterpart, because Anambra started it. Now, and they say now it is time for them to, so that I engage. Let me read. The Imo State Council of Traditional Rulers, in their meeting of Wednesday, 26 February 2025, reaffirmed their desire and determination to rid Imo State of criminal elements, no matter the gaze, and wish to state as follows. Okay, listen. 1. That all stranger elements who are operating as traditionalists in the state should relocate with immediate effect to their respective states, towns, villages, as their liberations, incantations, and sacrifices will not be accepted by the gods of the land, since they are not indigenous. Consequently, therefore, all shrines, altars arising therefrom should be dismantled with immediate effect, and the practices stopped forthwith. Do you see the danger? People might be watching this, or hearing this, or reading it. They don't see the grave danger in this. You are calling a fellow Igbo man a stranger. Somebody from Anambra in Imo said you call him a stranger, whereas you are in Kanu. Our people are everywhere. When they say go to your land, now you start shouting. No, I want us to be sensible, please. Let us reason. You are calling your own brother a stranger. It started in Anambra. Communities I watch on different media platforms. I mean social media. They will meet somebody. Oh, you are Shrine. What is your job, Dibia? Oh, where are you from? I'm from Ebony. I'm from Imo. I'm from Abia. Oh yeah, we don't want to see you here again. This community, it belongs to us. Go back to your land. Do you see the you know? Oh, little by little, we enter into deep mess and shit. Our people don't understand all these things where it is headed. But you, when the day you go back to your land from Lagos, start shouting. A person who lives in glass house does not throw stone. You know, here we don't care about anything. What we say is how it is. We make the warnings before the catastrophe start coming. Anambra, they started traditional tradition. Yeah, this and that. God, go back to your land. This is evil. Can we bear the consequences in the next 1 year, in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years? Because that person you are pursuing that didn't do anything, you just stereotype him. You pursue, you go back to his village, or you go back to his state. Also, you have your own state people that are there. You have reverend fathers. You can see somebody you say is a traditionalist. Okay, come from Oba. Now you say move out is from Owerri. You say you move out from Owerri, go back to Oba in Anambra. And on reaching Oba, he will see a reverend father from Owerri. That is in his church in his village. What do you think he will do? Do you see how things are? Do you see how our people are clueless when it comes to governance, when it comes to politics? Do you see how they are clueless? Instead of treating a criminal as a criminal anywhere he is, stop mentioning, calling ourselves, our people, strangers in Igbo land. Igbo people, you say no, you're a stranger. I'm saying this so because I'm seeing the danger that is brewing. Anambra Soludo started it. Now Imo have taken over. Before you know, because this is one thing that Nigerian government will sponsor, capitalize. If they go from back, they tell the governor, will you agree? They don't no agree. Before you know, they put confusion everywhere. I know which why. This is how all go back on the shape. This struggle have made me mad that when it comes to politics, I want to hear him. We don't see and try to block any danger in time before it happened. When all these politicians in our land, you think that you are going to stay there forever. You will see an evil politician. He don't care what he's causing. He don't care. Oh, me not act like I'm not here. Within small time, the thing is started. We go viral. Even it will outlive him. He will run away after his tenure. No person can control it again. It is evil when you see somebody from Allah in Nnewi, you call him a stranger. Now go back to your land. It's evil. Tomorrow's catastrophe. Tomorrow kaina civil war. Tomorrow kaina announce here. I'm saying it. Why your things will be deteriorating, and this is what the politicians want. They want to keep the population busy, killing themselves, so that they will be up there. No person hold them accountable. And here can Nigeria so that Kabia Totrezia and sponsor Nebu Abia India go and retaliate, go this side, go and retaliate. Or Rosiaga between Anambra, Nugonye, Onye Nugubu, Onye Mohonye, Onye Ebonibu, Onye Ebonihonye, Detobu. This is what is coming to our land. We need to stop this nonsense of let me tell you something. A functioning government fights crime direct. Any person, any people that are living in your state they are members of that state. You come to Imo State, all types of Biafrans are living there. The same in Anambra, the same in Ebony, the same in Delta, the same in Iguacha Rivers, the same in Abia, everywhere. When these politicians, when they start dividing us, but you cry when they tell you, say in Lagos, go back to your land. How do you think that in the Yoruba had this? They are watching. They will give all these things as excuse. See this memo. Yoruba people had the copy. When they will act in the boya, go destroy they say, if you talk, they say, but you people look at the moment you write. Look at you are doing it, you are sending, you are calling yourself a stranger. So what are you talking? Now what are you going to talk? If they show you the memo, say that all stranger elements who are operating as traditionalists. How dare you? What do you mean by traditionalists? How can you label every traditionalist? But there are people that are still practicing what you call homeopathic medicine, traditional medicine, using Mbogunampa. How can you label everybody? How? A stitch in time saves 9. No. A stitch in time, it saves 9. When you know what baffles me is this: when all these things are happening, you will see those that label themselves as Christians. Inside them, they are happy, but they will be yearning. And I put tomorrow. Fulani are killing us. Nigeria, we want to be free. How can you be free when you are not even inside you are not free? When you want to humiliate your own brother because he doesn't have the same faith with you, how can you think you are freedom of yearning of freedom? It is lip service you are playing, for goodness sake. Spare me that. The new freedom of Biafra can never come when we don't address all these things. How can you, if there are people that are using traditional religion or traditional shrine as a guise, as a cover for kidnapping, for crime, that is why there is government. Government have, the limitless power to do something. Normally government even have undercover police. Normally, people that give reports. When you cannot distinguish the good and the evil and the bad, which means you are not a government. You will just come and carpet everybody. Oh, yeah, you people are you traditional. This is evil. This is evil. This is evil. So, what are we trying to say? It is the work of the government and the people in order to be understanding this, that look, stop profiling everybody. Say traditionally, say your stranger element, you are operating as traditionally. This is a very loose statement from senseless set of people. I'm telling you honestly. If you say everybody should come and register so that you be documented, it is understandable, it is applauded. So that when you come now, they'll ask you your area. What is your now you with open mind, you identify. Now people also, there is a way governments do something. People in the area will be covertly interviewed without even you knowing, to understand the type of things you are doing. Not all this open memo. No. Because this is just brewing problem. I'm saying Ndibo, I'm not politics at all. Ndibo. That's why I name I know I'm governance. I will quite agitating for Biafra. Biafra Biazie. I say oh yeah, I be to throw wine, go wine. So Kaina Mutakwan here and there put a memo every strange element. I go. This is not the way to do something. But there should be undercover police activity that is going on everywhere. In order to, when we talk about even kidnapping and all these violent crimes, you see that even the hands of politicians are in there. They are in there. When you talk about traditionalists that they are orchestrating, you now put every traditionalist in the same vein. It is evil. Why don't you also talk about church, documenting churches? Do you see all these people that used to throw money? What about Nnamdi and all of them that used to throw money in their altars? What about the RNG pastors, which we saw the one now that is going viral, a lady? We know, you know it. Why are you selecting justice? Because it is your own belief. No, I believe what you believe. I believe what I believe. You now support your jaw and you want Biafra to come in all this? He cannot, he will not. Until we become neutral and become prone to common sense. I'm telling you. How much cry me blood? It will not. Until we become neutral and support, fight against injustice. It doesn't matter where it is coming or it is being, wherever it is being meted to. What about all these people? Do you know that all these people doing RNG miracles? Do you know that they are more evil than even kidnappers? Because a kidnapper can kidnap 1, 2, 3, 4 people. But all these RNG, they kill thousands and even millions of people. They destroy people's mentality, which is the worst thing. Do you know that? When somebody tell you, say, I have prayed to somebody, he come and give testimony that they have a mansion. Whereas it is life from the pit of hell, which we are saying, which we are seeing, and you don't have under normal circumstances. This is OBT. You are destroyed. Do you know the families you will destroy because of this? Because people will start believing you bringing money. You know, even husband will leave his project and bring money to you that you are the alpha and omega. Whereas maybe many other things you should do, you will not do it with that money. And the things will go wrong in that family. And you are not thinking in this direction. What are we not saying? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu say, immediately when we start killing each other, remove your hand from Biafra. But Biafra will not come. Do you think that killing is only taking knife or taking gun killing? No. When we support injustice, it's killing. When you see a Biafran, that an IPOB, a Biafran agitator, directly and indirectly supporting injustice because he's a Christian like him. He doesn't talk. He supports him. He supports injustice. You know that so you don't expect Biafra to come like this, for your information. Until we file out and start fighting injustice, it doesn't matter who. If injustice goes against the pastors, I mean, if there is injustice meted against the pastors, I will come here and start shouting. No, it is not like this. If it is against the Muslims, I will start shouting. If it is against the traditionally, the same way. We become neutral in our minds. Instead of being quiet because it's in my creed. Now, I will remove we don't talk. Remember, those that will destroy this world are not the bad people, because they are very few. But those that will destroy the world is the very many good people that keep quiet in the face of evil. When they see evil being committed, they keep quiet. They become pacific. I don't hear anything. I don't see anything. See nothing and talk nothing. These are the people that will destroy the world, by Albert Einstein. So that is why we shout it here on Radio Biafra, where you said stranger elements. Who are you calling stranger elements? Have these people come out since 2015, when Fulani headsmen terrorism is on the rampage in our land? Have they come out to even say blanketed that every Fulani will go from our land? Did you hear them say that? Do you see that slaves, they are more powerful when they are more brutal when they are killing their own slaves? Their fellow slaves. Because they know that there is nobody to rescue the slave from their hands. Although they are slaves, so they are more brutal. Since the fight the Fulani headsmen we are on the rampage, killing our people every till today. Do you see them releasing memo saying that okay, the whole Fulani run away from our land? Though. Even say okay, Fulani headsmen run. No, instead they are the people that come and be defending. No, not every Fulani headsman is evil. There are those that they start defending. Why can't they defend our own people in this? Is it not a word that say before you kill any Fulani headsman, come and kill me? Do you see that? But now, when it comes to Igbo, of their fellow Igbo man, they say, all traditionalists, you people, if you are in our land, move. Otherwise, we get you, we destroy you. Because they know that as a fellow slave, you are helpless. Do you see that? Even IPOB, every time we are saying it, we don't have problem with normal Fulani that are doing businesses in our land. Normal businesses. They hire house normal in our land, in our cities, and live. No problem. We have no single problem with them. Do you see that? But those that are terrorizing our farms, these are the people. We try to separate criminals, terrorists from others. We are not blanketing everything. Say no, everybody. But it is very, once it comes to Igbo versus Igbo, only Igbo win now. You can't figure. Look at how they have released memo on 26th February from Imo. After what is going on in Anambra, you see in different villages in Anambra, they will go and say, what are you doing? Show me. Are you traditionalists? Oh yeah. Before you know, they burn everything without no proof of whether that you are doing bad. Oh yeah, we don't want to see you here again. Where are you from? Oh, you are from Enugu. Go back to Enugu. This is a very dangerous precedent. It will be on record that Radio Biafra, we have been talking about it. Mostly, I have been talking against this. Our land will bear me witness. I have been talking against this. Any injustice against anybody is injustice to all. I am not siding anybody. If there is any criminal, the work of government is to do what? Is to flush out criminals and deal with them. Let this issue of stranger go back to no. We are all one people. If you are saying this, you are sending a wrong message even to our enemies, because they will be using you using us as a yardstick, as an example. Oh, whereas we are sending a Anambra person, we send the Imo person. Say you are a stranger, go back to your land. What are you doing here now? You that is here in Kebbi State, what are you doing? You are a stranger, go back. You know, we know how to cry, but we perpetrate that evil that makes us cry. Is very, very bad. Okay, number 2, that all indigenes who are traditionalists, native doctors, should come with their traditional rulers to confirm such professions or practices, and also register as appropriate with the Council of India through the Committee on Cultural Tradition. And why only indigenes? And why only native doctors? Yes, people hijacked it in order to do evil, yes. But it's not only limited to native doctors. But there is no political will in order to go to them. Because for them, for the politicians, they don't want to provoke the people. Because they control the masses. They control masses. Do you see that? When somebody is arranging miracle, that person should be arrested. Because it is a scam. It kills people. Are you hearing what I'm saying? When somebody in the altar, as we are seeing every time, they are throwing money anywhere they go in a distance, in festivals, that is open. Pastors, they start throwing money everywhere. Why is he not arrested? Tell me, where do those money come from? Do you know that they are encouraging our youths into criminality? Do you know that this criminality, this Egombute, started mostly by these church preachings, miracle money? When churches in our land started preaching miracle money, how come that a pastor that says that he will pray, now you have a miracle alert, are deceiving people? They will take a account number of few of their people, and the operator will be somewhere. Once the pastor say, oh yeah, I pray, let the Holy Ghost send this, now the operator in the control room will send some money to different accounts. Out of maybe 10,000 people that are there, they will send a alert to maybe 10 people. It's job. This is scam, complete scam. He's not arrested. No, they don't talk. He's not arrested. The person is not arrested. When people, how can you arrest them? Okay, do you see, when you do selective judgment or selective justice, it will backfire. When you see somebody on the road buying, going with a chicken, you go buy chicken, you say, what do you say? You want to go and do sacrifice. And you catch him, arrest him. You see another person go buy the same job. You say, you say you want to do sacrifice in the church, and you leave him, say, this one is good. Well, how can you compare this? Injustice to one should be injustice to all. Are you hearing me? Remember, we are fighting against injustice being meted to us. We can never, never, never accept any type of injustice to any of us or to any people. No. Are you hearing me? Even if today, if they say no, start arresting Christian pastors only, they are no. We'll come here and start shouting, say no, no, no. This is not. You have to do it with everybody. Don't target only one set of people. That is how an open-minded freedom fighter should be. We should be fighting against injustice. It doesn't matter who it is against. But this question, this issue of strangers, calling ourselves strangers in our own land. Which we don't. If you see, for example, and somebody from Newi living in a way, he committed a crime of any way, whether through tradition or whether through pastor, you arrest him. You have proof. Don't mention, don't profile him that, oh, no. Arrest him, take him to court. If it is something that warrants going to jail, prosecute him and put him to jail. That is citizenship. But when you start, strangers doing this, they should go. This and that, they should go. Everybody, we have a strange. Everybody have every people have strangers everywhere. Everybody, everywhere. Anambra people full everywhere. Imo people full everywhere. Not only in Imo. Enugu the same thing. So why are we allowing all these politicians in order to use this religious sentiment to stock up problems that will consume us in the future? Whereas now it will not touch them, and we keep quiet. How? This is what we are preaching on. Remember, I'm talking about that our core value and the organizing factor is seminal. It doesn't matter how people, some useless and mischievous criminals used to hijack it. They learn all these things from Christian religion. Because our people, I mean, our tradition never told us in any way that there is a shrine that gives money. It is Kaomenelu Butreya. This one, there is no argument about it. It's if you want to tell yourself the truth, you know. When they start preaching, no miracle, it will happen in Jesus' name, everything. Although it's written in the Bible. It's written in the Bible. Are you hearing me? That you will tread upon scorpion, it will not sting you. Upon serpent, it will not bite you. That God that has that cares for distant birds. Also, why will you think? Don't think of tomorrow. So it's a miracle. You live on miracle. This is what our people are living on. So it started from this place. Somebody that is not working, they will give him, he doesn't, maybe he don't have no job, no qualification, no craft. He don't learn nothing. But he's going on fasting and prayer that a miracle will come. So that is where it started. When all these mischievous people, they leave church, you know, some of them are smart. They see that the future is no more in the church or opening churches. Why is it in our land that almost every family you will see a pastor there? God call me. No government control. Does the government tell them to register them? Do they have registration? How does God call you? And we are not talking about this, because these are the people that are committing blunders. They will scam people. If you send money to your poor mother or your poor sister, they will scam her, brainwash her to use the house you build, to use it to sow seed, or the car you buy to use it to sow seed. All those things are not evil. Our people are not seeing it as evil. This rottenness in our land continues unchallenged. And now the same people, when church is failing, people are no more giving tithe and offering as they used to be. Now they turn into native doctors and continue the scamming there. The same thing, continuing the same thing, using this cloak Come on. Let us be reasonable. Let us be reasonable. Oh, let us be reasonable. Otherwise, if we keep quiet, the politicians in our land will brew problems that will continue consuming us in the future. Why they are somewhere chilling? Is he not the former governor of Anambra State? A governor. The same day he handed over to the new governor, he ran away to fly to America before he was apprehended at the airport. From there, once he finished, he go, but he's still in America enjoying his life. What type of people are these? Let me continue. As I was saying, now let me continue. In Christianity was introduced in Igbo land through European colonization in 1857, 158 years today. 168 years. According to John Christopher Taylor, one of the pioneer Christian missionaries sent to Igbo land, he said that the Igbos were never elected by the preachings of the new religion, that is Christianity, nor did they consider it of any relevance to their needs. Do you see that? Because that time we are not expecting any miracle. Our people were famine. Our people were which kind thing is this? That we should live our. So they don't say what that God is able to do everything. He will forgive their sin. They say, but we are taking care of our criminals. We are judging our sinners here. So which kind God are we going to rely to judge sinners? No. That was the mentality. For goodness sake. The man, one of the pioneer missionaries, he said that as of that time they were preaching, he said that Igbos were never elected by the preachings of the new religion, nor did they consider it of any relevance to their needs, because everybody was busy. It's just the same thing as you are in England today. You are walking up and down. You don't care. You go to tomorrow in Nigeria, people will go to church, but you are going to your job. You go do your job, and they will pay you, even pay you more, pay you over. So how are you going to leave it to go to church? Do you see that? So this thing, the same thing. Our ancestors, they say that these people are wasting their time. We don't need this thing. Because when they say, Jesus will forgive your sins, he said, no, we don't need somebody that forgives our sin. And in the real sense of it, you don't need the forgiveness of sin in a society. In any society that does the forgiveness of sin, that society will rotten. And that is what is happening in our land. Because they brought this forgiveness of sin in our land. A sinner does not need forgiveness. A sinner needs punishment. So that to deter others from committing sin. Because sin is crime. But in this is religion brought to forgiveness of sin. Do you see that? Somebody will commit different kinds of sins, crimes, and come and say, I have repented, and he will be forgiven. It is not done in any country. So our ancestors, we are looking at the white people that time, say, these people are stupid. We don't need all these things. We are taking care of our own things. How can you say you need forgiveness? A sinner will need forgiveness from your God. No. You don't need forgiveness. You need punishment. Because where there is law, there should be order. Any person that goes against the law, he should be punished according to the law of the land, not being forgiven. If you forgive, which means anybody can commit crime and come and say, I have repented and be forgiven. That is why our land is rotten today, for goodness sake. Now, let me continue reading what this man said. He said, this pioneer Christopher Taylor, pioneer Christian missionary in Igbo land. He said, nor did they he said they simply regarded it as folktale and white man propaganda. Too much. He observed that those Igbo people who embraced Christianity prior to 1900 were those alienated from the traditional society. This is what I've been saying. The people that embraced Christianity prior to in Igbo land, prior to 1900, we are those alienated from the traditional society. Who are those alienated from the traditional society? The criminals. You come to that is these people, when they preach to ordinary people that are good people, they say, why are these people talking about forgiveness of sin? That there is one God in their land that forgives sin. We don't need forgive. We are taking care of our sinners. Now they now understand that these missionaries now start going to the sinners. You know, they send them to exile or they ostracize them. They will watch in a community people that are ostracized. They will go and meet them, corner them, say, what did you do? These people you are not doing. If they call them on a meeting, you don't go. People go to, if you are passing, no person salutes you. If you salute people, no person, replies back. What is happening? He said, no, I committed a crime in my land. It is our tradition. I'm being ostracized, so I'm serving the punishment. You see, the missionaries, very smart. They say, no, don't worry. We have a God that have forgiveness of sin. You don't need your brethren to forgive you or to punish you. They are evil people. Their punishment is not God. They are evil. So you now confess your sin to me. I'm a representative of God. What did you do? He said, no, I slept with the wife of my brother. He said, in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, I've forgiven you. The person is looking for the shortcuts. He wants to come out of his mess. I want to give you this example. Do you remember in 2020? Do you remember during the failed NSAS protests, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was firing on all cylinders to the Nigerian youths in order to take over their land, their destiny? Do you remember people called him from different prison locations, even I think in Lagos, from Lagos prison, even from Edo, Benin prison. I can remember it vividly. Say, we are calling, please come, we are here, it's you we are listening to. Send people to come and break this jail for us. We will fight. Because they are not saying it because they will fight for Biafra. They need the freedom to move their ass out of where they are. Because they are in a precarious situation. That is the way, the same way these missionaries they entered the Igbo land using our criminals. Now they told our criminals, the criminals in our land, that the good people that judge them are evil. And that mentality is stuck in our head till today. That is why we criminalize our ancestors. Oh, Chinekele. Hey, how can our people understand this? I don't know how can our people understand this. I'm just visualizing the whole scenario. I'm telling you. It's paining me. This is people because they want the people that will accompany them. They go to the good people in the land. The people of the land, everybody preaching to them. They are not interested. They say, oh boy, these people, I tell them we are busy. We are just coming from farm. I beg, because you know, they don't have time. People that are breading bread say, what? I am not a sinner. I'm not a criminal. We have our criminals. Any person that commits crime here, we take care of him. So why should we need your God to do that? Now, these missionaries understand that now they are meeting brick wall on Igbo people. Now they start asking, where are those criminals? They went to them. That is why it is written in the Bible that he came for the sinners. Hey, Chineke, do you see this Freemasonry puzzle? Oh, we should understand. Our eyes should be open. I'm telling you. Now they went to them, those criminals in our land, those ostracized, those that are serving different types of punishments in our land. They now gathered and say, what did you do? Say, no. They say, no, don't worry. I have forgiven you. I am representing God. In the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, you are forgiven. So be free. Okay? He now brainwashed that person that those people that call you, that judge you, they are the evil ones. And that these people now, these criminals that now follow white people, finish. They start, these other people, these good people of the village, of the community, start wondering, why are these people interfering in our community life? If they try to enforce the law against those criminals in our land, they will call the missionaries. The missionaries will call the British military. The British military will come and clear the whole village, kill the good people. Now, that is how they give them the warrant chiefs, give them authority. Say, now you are the good, you are in charge of everything in this village. Any person that messes around you, let us know. Do you see how they empowered criminality in our land? Now, those people, they start conniving. They are now with the white people, the colonizers. They empower them. They start now spreading the lies that, oh, this our tradition is very evil. It is demonic. It is paganism. It is this and that. And that statement, that mantra, that ideology stuck in our heads till today. Are you hearing me? My people on our time, it's stuck in our lives till today, because that is how they structured the whole thing. These people are very, very wise. I mean the British, the missionaries, they are very, very wise. They come to our land, they cause confusion. This is now when they start. You see, when you liberate a prisoner, it will be happy. It will be happy to serve you. That is what the missionaries did. They come and say, with the authority, no person have the right to judge you. So you are not condemned. I have forgiven you. Who are these people? They turned these people against our tradition, and now spreading all these lies that our tradition is evil. Before you know, they start helping the white people to start burning our shrines, because they know that these are the shrines through which these people, they were judged and sentenced into exile or ostracism. So power was given to criminals in our land, and the power remained with the criminals in our land till today. They were empowered. That is why when you touch on Igbo, our ancestors, they killed twins. It is a propaganda being spread, and it's stuck in our mentality till today. The same thing wanted to happen in Japan, by the same missionaries. Are you hearing me? But the Japanese king Tokyo understood this when he took power and closed Japan and started dealing with any Japanese that have become a Christian. Today, you have shrines everywhere in Japan. People that are living in Japan, you can testify with me that there are shrines, Shinto shrines. Shinto is the same thing as Omenala in our own land. It's the same thing. Before the coming of the white people in Japan, Shinto have no name. They just call it the Kami religion. Kami is just like ego more, just spirit. So it is after the Japanese now structured and say, okay, they gave it the name Shinto. It's ancestral worship. It's everywhere in Japan. Are you hearing me? Double with Buddhism. So why our own? Because there was nobody that regulated it, that fought they overpowered us. So they gave us their own religion and their own preaching and everything, and we grew with it till today, and it's stuck in our head. But this era of awakening is now trying to reveal everything. There is something that is going on air in Africa. All those traditional brainwashings are you don't know what is bringing all these things out, giving us the power to ask questions. Do you know, in 30 years ago, you can never talk against or ask questions against the Bible. Who born you? 30 years back, who born you? But today you see that veil has been, it seems that there is something that is being removed in our brains. I'm telling you. And we have the boldness in order to say what we are saying without no fear of favor. That is the era of awakening. That is how it is. And nobody can quench it. Do you see all these things they are doing? Tagging traditionalists, that it is traditionalists that are doing this. And that is also part of it. It's part of the war. Are you hearing me? Because just like as I give example with this Biafra freedom fighting, they hit everything on us. If they don't do it, which means what we are doing, it's not having any effect. It's not having any effect. They will demonize it in order to try to quench it, because they will tell them, oh no, if on a no take time, oh, these people will take over our land. But we must continue sanitizing it, letting people understand that there is a difference between traditional worship and criminality. They are trying in every way. The negative people are trying to tag our traditional way of life, our core value, to bad things, to criminality. The same, in order to justify that, oh, our tradition is full of evil, it is only bad things. It is a lie. The same way they try to tag IPOB with criminality, that is exactly the same thing. It is our job, in order to sensitize people, to educate people that no, there is a difference. People are trying to blackmail and tarnish our image. Criminals are different. There are criminals that are hiding under the auspices of traditional worship to do their evil. That it is not about traditional worship. Do you hear that? Because our core value and organizing factor is our omenala. The word, carry it to the anywhere you want. It is that. Okay? So, as I said, this missionary, John Christopher Taylor, he said it. He's a pioneer Christian missionary. He wrote a book about his observations and how they work in Igbo. He said the people of Igbo, they were not even interested, because he said they don't need it. It's not relevant. This religion is not relevant to the need. But today, Christianity has become now the fundamental relevance to our need, because they brought the problem. Do you see that? They brought the need. Before, we were self-sufficient. Our ancestors, we are farming, we are doing craft works. The men cannot smithing, we are goldsmithing, we are blacksmithing, different things. Everybody have work, building houses by themselves, you know. So if a criminal, somebody that maybe if you kill, they will treat you according to the law of the land. If you steal, they will treat you according to the law of the land. But it is Christianity that came and tell you that, oh, there is a blanket amnesty to every criminal. So all these criminals, you are no more under the law. You are under the grace. It's in the Bible, isn't it? So all your sins have been forgiven. Now, who is a human being to judge you? That is where they get this, don't judge. Even if any of all these that the Jews are cheating, committing any heinous crime, they say, don't judge, leave him. This guy's house fell, collapsed, and killed more than 200 people in Lagos. You see people defending him, whereas they gave him permission, the license to build, I think 2-story building, but he built more than that. He committed crime, but because of do not judge. So you see that this religion, it justifies criminality in our land, and people are not seeing it. People are checking another way, thinking that we are not observant. He came and justified the criminality. That, oh, Jesus came to forgive, for the forgiveness of sin. We don't need forgiveness of sin. A sinner doesn't need forgiveness. A sinner needs punishment, appropriate punishment. It's only in Nigeria that they need forgiveness. Somebody an armed robber will come to the church and testify, oh, I've repented, I killed her, but I've repented, and people will clap. You need to be in prison to suffer. Are you hearing me? But it's only in Nigeria. Oh, I raped 2 kids before, but now I've repented, I was a rapper. And the people clap, oh, thank Jesus. This is what they brought in our land. And this is why our land is in a total commotion. This is why criminality is everywhere in our land. But people don't think in this way. They don't look at all this. They are looking at it's a tradition, it's a this and that. Call a criminal a criminal. Call a criminal a criminal. And treat him so. So you look inwards. This religion justifies, it accommodates criminality. When you tell you that, oh, your sins will be forgiven, even if it is as black as Erebus, who tell you that? It is high time we understand that our core value and organizing factor is Omenala. Any person that is trying to do what? To demonize it is doing it in vain. We are born into it. It is only that thing that will organize us together as a people. It is what joins us together as a people. Okay, now let me rush. As I have talked about the history of some few facts about the history of Christianity in Igbo land. Now, when we talk about scholars, sometimes in this Japanese traditional religion, sometimes they call it Shintoism. Although adherents really use that term themselves. For them, it is their indigenous religion. It is one of their core values. And that is why Japan is developed till today. It's not Christianity that developed them. You can never develop a people. It is the people that can develop themselves. Their identity, their roots, that is Shintoism. There is no central authority in control of Shinto, with much diversity of belief and practice evident among practitioners. Now, as we are venerating foreign deities, why estranging our own? It simply means that we have gone astray, because we are venerating, worshipping foreign deities. That is the real idol. Whereas we estrange our own, we demonize our own. Now let me ask, how do we cry and lament for being slaughtered by the Fulani headsmen terrorists in our land? Why praising and worshiping the God of Israel for giving the land of Canaan, which belongs to the Canaanites, the Jebusites, the Hittites, the Amalekites, to the Israelis? We worship the same God that helped the Israelis slaughter these indigenous populations and their lands taken by foreigners. How do you think that? How can you equate these things together? That is why sometimes I look at ourselves, I say, nah, the foolish. We praise the God of Israel, for giving the land of indigenous people, the Canaanites, the Jebusites. We praise him. Every tomorrow, people will praise him for giving the land of Hittites. You don't know that these are just example. The land of the Igbos, the Essex, you give it to the Fulani. And you are praising the God of colonizers. We worship the same God that helped the Israelis slaughter this indigenous population and their lands taken by force. The Europeans, let me tell you, the Europeans will have every reason to adopt and worship the same God of Israel, because they are also killers of indigenous population and land grabbers, unlike us. Yes, the Europeans have every reason to uphold Christianity as their culture, because that is the God that helps them to kill indigenous population. The Europeans are land grabbers all over the world. They go to Argentina, they take Falkland and fought with Argentina and grab their land till today. They created Gibraltar in between Morocco and Spain. Come on, why won't they worship the God of colonizers? They went to Americas and killed the whole indigenous population the same way the God of Israel gave power to Israelis to go and to slaughter the Jebusites, the Amalekites, and collect their land. And you are clapping. Tomorrow you will clap. But you are crying. Hey, the Fulani are killing us. The Fulani, Allah also gave them your land for them, for goodness sake. That is the thing. Do you know that the Fulani of the whole Africa, their Allah, they say that your land belongs to them, that Allah has given it to them. It is written by Ottoman Danfodio. It is being taught to every Fulani child. They know that the land of Nigeria, all to the ocean, belongs to them. Do you remember Buhari was always making this statement that look, they must give the same cow root to the sea? Have you forgotten? That is why they are putting Roga by all means. That is why they are using money in order to buy land in Enugu, through Pitamba, through Hope Ozodema, in Uguta, everywhere. Because they know, they believe it is that their God, their Allah, gave them your land. The same way you are applauding the God of Israel that gave the land of Canaan, the land of Canaan to them. Do you think that it was a barren land? It is a land inhabited by people. Therefore, you get what you adore. That is it. We have no single justification to adore that God that push people into going to occupy another people's land and slaughtering the people, because we are not occupiers, we are not colonizers. The Fulani, because the Fulani, their God told them to come and occupy our land and kill us. So how are you going? What it's justifiable for them, because you are worshiping the God of colonizers. That's it. Why would you want others to be killed and slaughtered and their lands taken? You don't want your own to be taken by others. That their God tell them to do the same thing. Why? This thing is so deep. Only if you can understand what I'm saying. I say only if you. Don't you know that the Fulani also believe that their Allah, as I said, promised to give them our land as inheritance since the time of Ottoman Danfodio, since 1804. Remember, you get what you adore. Whatever you love is what you get. You cannot be praising the God of Israel who killed the Hittites. Hey, he killed the Jebusites, and he showed Joshua, say, be courageous, go and take over the land, slaughter everybody. And when they are slaughtering, you are crying. And you worship that God, the God of colonizers. And you think that your own colonizers will leave you. As you are praising the colonizers of others, you are not empathetic to understand the pains of the indigenous people, that these people took their land. You praise the God, it's God that gave. Okay, the same thing, you'll be crying and no person will empathize with you. That is what we preach here. It's common sense. Why do you agitate for Biafra restoration? Because we are marginalized, prosecuted in Nigeria. An evil person can never obtain justice in Nigeria, as one of our brothers have seen openly. But you are actively or passively supporting the stigmatization and profiling of our indigenous religion. Crime is crime. Crime has no religion, neither color. This is what we have been fighting, to distinguish ESN from criminality, because the Nigerian government tried to bond the criminality with ESN in order to blackmail IPOB. The same thing some mischievous people are trying to do now in Anambra by tagging crimes to Omenala, while trying to launder the image of Christianity, which is the origin of miracle wealth and abracadabra in our land. We should call evil by its name. If you want to fight crime in every totality, not one-sided. Omenala is our bedrock and core value. Any other religion is foreign and visitor. And them a visitor. We should never allow sentiments to blind our eyes and push us into the wrong path. Fighting for Biafra restoration is fighting for justice and equity. Therefore, justice denied to one is justice denied to all. Do not allow your foolish religious sentiments to dampen or compromise your sense of justice. Biafra remains our religion. This is where I'm going to stop. I will go into a few minutes break, so that when I come back, I will open the lines so that people will start calling in. Please do not go away. I will be right back.
That Nigerians and Indians were in that Nigerians and Indians were both colonized by the British. But the Indians rejected the British culture. They rejected the British religion. They rejected the British food. They rejected the British way of doing things and hold on to the British technology. You know, and then we have the Nigerians, that is us Africans, accepted the British culture, the British dress code, the British food, the British every religion, and rejected the British technology. Now that is why the Indians are the most advanced. They don't need to speak English to make a cell phone. But me and you are colonized to believe that the more you speak a better English,
you can clean it.
You are intelligent. But a perfect English is not a mark of intelligence. A mark of linguistic ability. You are able to speak. I speak 14 languages. I speak Swahili. I speak Spedi. I speak Xhosa, your language. I speak 14 languages. You understand? It doesn't necessarily make me intelligent. It makes me a linguistic. But we were colonized to believe that because you speak a perfect English, therefore you are intelligent. But how many perfect English speakers among us invented anything?
At the beginning of the 16th century, on the southern bank of the river Congo, a determined effort was made, with Portuguese aid, to Europeanize the African kingdom of Bukongo. Earlier, in the 1490s, in the reign of Nzinga Nkulu, Portuguese missionaries and traders began to arrive among the Bakongo. Favorably impressed with these foreigners, the next Mani Congo of the Bakongo, Nzinga Mvemba, son of Nzinga Nkulu, decided to Europeanize his kingdom. He abandoned his ancestral superstitions and embraced Christianity. Upon being baptized, he dropped his African names and titles. Thenceforth, he would be known as Dom Afonso I, King of the Congo and Lord of the Ambundos. He learned to read and write Portuguese. He Europeanized his court in etiquette and dress. With help from Portuguese women who taught Portuguese domestic arts to the ladies of his court, Afonso soon learned to eat like a European and sleep like a Christian. He sent some of his sons and relatives and other noble youths to study in Portugal and Rome. One of these, Dom Henrique, served as Bishop of Utica, a city on the Mediterranean coast of what today is Tunisia. He returned in 1521, after an absence of 13 years, to serve as Bishop of Bukongo. Afonso built schools and churches. His capital, Mbanza Congo, Europeanized and renamed Sao Salvador, was so full of churches it was nicknamed Ikongo dia Ngungo, or the City of Church Bells. All through his long reign, 1506 to 1543, this Europeanizing African prince sent embassies to Portugal and to the Pope in Rome, seeking from his brother Christian princes economic, technical, and religious assistance for his efforts to Europeanize his land and people. His long and often despairing effort got him some help, little of which was of the kind he wanted. Afonso wanted aid for autonomous development. His Portuguese helpers wanted slaves. So, while he received a trickle of books, masons, printers, blacksmiths, and assorted artisans, he got a disastrous flood of Portuguese slavers. By 1526, in order to save his society and his throne, Afonso determined to stop the trade in slaves. He wrote to John III of Portugal complaining that Portuguese merchants daily seize our subjects, sons of the land and sons of our noblemen and vassals and our relatives. They grab them and cause them to be sold. And so great, sir, is their corruption and licentiousness that our country is being utterly depopulated. We need from your kingdoms no other than priests and people to teach in schools, and no other goods but wine and flour for the holy sacrament. That is why we beg of your highness to help and assist us in this matter, commanding the factors that they should send here neither merchants nor wares, because it is our will that in these kingdoms of Congo there should not be any trade in slaves nor market for slaves. But Afonso's repeated complaints were to no avail. The Brazilian plantations were growing and clamoring for slaves, 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 and more slaves. Afonso's royal will was disregarded. Another of Afonso's letters to John III complains that some of the noble youths he sent off to Portugal to learn the service of God never came back. They were seized on the island of São Tomé by Portuguese merchants, and nothing was ever again heard of them. Portuguese slaving priests, traders, and adventurers also undermined Afonso's royal monopoly of Bukongo's foreign trade. Before long, many of Afonso's Europeanized vassals, greedy for European wares and unable to get them except in exchange for slaves, disregarded their king's injunctions and, indifferent to the social consequences of slave raiding, plunged into the traffic in slaves. Raids and revolts, sometimes fomented by Portuguese who wanted to stimulate the supply of slaves, took their toll of Bukongo's peace. An era of disorders, stagnant peace, and fitful revivals began. The social decay proved irreversible. More than a century after Afonso's death, a Portuguese expedition sacked the ravaged kingdom and overthrew the tattered power of Afonso's descendants. In 1665, when the reigning Mani Congo denied the Portuguese permission to prospect for gold and copper in his kingdom and raised an army to enforce his refusal, there was full-scale war. Both the Black Bakongo and the White Portuguese went to battle waving the banner of the cross. The Bakongo were summoned to patriotic battle by their king, to defend our lands, wares, children, women, and our own lives and freedoms, which the Portuguese nation wants to conquer and dominate. But the battle was a disaster for the Bakongo. Their army was smashed, their Mani Congo was killed, their independence was extinguished. Thereafter, though nominally sovereign during 2 more centuries of decay, they were vassals of the Portuguese, sending as tribute slaves who were exported overseas to toil on Portuguese plantations in Brazil. Let us bear the Bakongo precedent in mind as we examine the present plunder of Africa through the mechanisms of westernizing aid. As we observe the brain drain and the resumption of the brawn drain exemplified by the smuggling of truckloads of African laborers through Italy to toil in the factories of France, as we observe the complicity of westernizing Africans in the plunder of Africa's resources, let us ask, what is there to prevent a recurrence of the Bakongo disaster? What measures must we take to avoid it?
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedi from Alo province of Biafra, and we are here live and direct. As you may know, today is the first day of March 2025. Tatabo Oboche Nkwo being Saturday, a day dedicated to religious discussions on this hallowed platform. Our lines are now opened. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I repeat for the last time, +61 405 142 547. Please, as I used to say, I don't want always to be called by or receive calls from people that agree with me, please. We are one family, IPOB one family. What we are doing is discussions. This is a parliament. You can disagree what I said and bring your own facts. We listen and bow to superior argument, please, because we learn from each other. Don't ever be intimidated by not calling. If you have, different divergent opinion, call and make your opinion known. We interact with each other, be ready to answer questions if need be. Also, for us to interact as brothers. Caller on Signal, you are the first caller. You are the first caller. Mazi Akas, I think. Can you hear me? Call on Signal.
Yes. Yes,
There,
Mazi Jonathan.
there, Mazi. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, my brother. Good evening from you.
As a
school will continue to give you the strength so that you will be preaching this gospel without minding whatsoever the evil people are trying to plot in our land. I congratulate you for good education you are trying to, put in our minds and also in our brains so that we understand what we are doing to ourselves before it will go out of hand. Mazi, before I continue, fellow Biafrans, lovers of freedom, my name is Mazi Akas. I'm calling from Austria, and I serve the indigenous people of Biafra as IPOB Austria National PRO. Mazi, what really hit me in your topic today is when you are talking about the meeting of the Ezes and Igwe in Imo State, where they are saying that the people, every traditionalist, if you are not an indigenous, you should go back to where you come from, and it really hit me. We have to really let our people know what we are trying to do to ourselves, because every Igbo man, it doesn't matter where you are living in Biafra land, you are an Igbo, and nobody have right to tell you go here or go here. What we are interested here is that anything you are doing in Igbo land, it doesn't matter where you reside. If what you are doing is not bringing anything good to the people that you are living around, people should, should report you to the authority. If you're a native, if you're an herbalist, and you are using your herbalist to kill people or to commit crime, such persons should be investigated. Not telling people that are residing where anywhere they are to, they should go back to wherever they come from. As we are starting this thing, just as you said, Mazi, our enemies are listening. Because the day they are going to deal with you wherever you are residing, they will use your own people to give you an example. After all, your own people ask you to go back where you come from. So who are we not to tell you to go back where you're coming from? Before it will get out of hand, we should be very careful. IPOB, we don't support evil. It doesn't matter whoever you are. We don't support evil. Just as you said, Soludo have started, and other states are copying. Before you know, they will add us. I don't know. It will become something that the enemy will be there sitting and be laughing at us. I should be very careful and be mindful of what we are doing to ourselves before it will get out of hand. Let us fight the crime, not the personalities. My case on the church. Mazi, some of these people say, pastor, some of them buried human being life in their altars. What are the government doing about them? As you are calling the so-called the so in the name of the name of Menala, the same way you also be calling these people that you know that have used church to cover their sin. You have to call them out. Let them come also to the government out. All these perfect miracles, people cut her or mineral. Now, where is your mansion? These people don't know what they are doing to themselves. When you lie, your lie will bring you out. It was Chineke will somehow shame on you. I'm organizer to actually deceive people. Nime church, Chineke, may deceive in Dubai, and our people nature that not the real.
Mazi, you know one evil thing. They conditioned our people to think and to have this belief that, oh, no, leave them for God. God will judge them. That even in the church, no person have the right to mind what they are doing. This is evil. Oh, if pastor is coming, people know it is none of your business. It is a man of God. God will judge him. This is evil. Europe, when you look at study European revolutions, they fought very hard in order for government to take control of these things, because it happened in Europe. Europeans were controlled mostly by the church, and they started shooting, doing any kind of thing with impunity. But the time came, the people rose up in revolution and restored the power from churches. It must happen in our land. That is it. Because our people have been conditioned to believe that no, don't worry, leave them. Their own matter, na God, or they are men of God. God will judge them. No, it is the law of the land. Government should be in control of everything, everybody. Mazi, please go on.
Mazi, this is what our people were doing before Neburu. Guru Ara has Europe put by. Imeruala na by. All depends on the type of crime you committed. One nigga, Mogidi and one nigga, if they will ostracize you, you see the name of Progniwu, give a penance for some certain time before you can be able to come in the midst of people. And when some sacrifice I get to cleanse that person. A nigga penalty. Oh, they're saying come and meet once one reverend father. Give a call and juggle. I ask you, your sins are forgiven. This is what these people brought to us. You can commit any crime you like, just come and confess. You meet the reverend father, he said the name of the Father, Son of the Holy Spirit. Father, I call my name on John. Yes, you come and juggle. You call him, yes, okay, give me a Maria. For that, your sins are forgiven. Move on like this, Mazi. If not this IP of the man, but I need me. Please, we are begging this so-called but as you are profiling these people, go and profile the pastors and they are now. Go and profile them. Even all the things they say they are doing, they are miracle, they are everything. They should come and show us how they are doing that miracle. I understand how they can do the miracle. I can for the policy. Let them make the person to see in the presence of the other Buddha. They will know that they have miracle. Please, as you are profiling the same thing go to the church. We should also profile them. Oh, but this is where I am.
What we are saying is, let them fight crime in its totality. Even all those reverend fathers that are receiving confessions, government should penetrate them to understand whether, because some people can kidnap and come or commit one crime, armed robbers can come and confess to them, and they say they are forgiven and they hide it. And these are very dangerous people in the society. So why government should be in charge of everything in our land? That is it. That is what we are fighting for. When you are saying no, the Christianity in Europe is not the same in Nigeria, they fought for it. There was a time in Europe they were behaving like fools more than in Nigeria even today, like more than Nigerians of today. But through revolutions, they fought everything, and government became in control of everything. Both the church, everything, dismantled everything and give conditions. The same way Paul Kagame is doing today in Rwanda. He didn't say, no, I will fight it, I stigmatize this one, I stereotype this one and leave the... No, all. He closed every church, mosque, shrines, everything. Now start vetting, giving them control, controlling them. Okay, you have any requirements, controlling what you preach to public, because what you teach to public matters. It matters a lot. Lack of government control in what they preach, even in mosques, is why they are breeding terrorists in the north. Because the Nigerian government is not in control of what they preach in mosques by the imams. That is exactly the same thing that is happening in churches in our land. They are breeding very radical, mumbo jumbo, superstitious criminals in our land, in churches, using churches, everything. No government control. This is what we preach. For government to take care of everything. Control everywhere, not only one side. Caller on WhatsApp, please. Welcome to the program. Please go on.
Thank you very much, Mazi.
There we go.
I hope I'm coming out clear.
Oh, Mazi, go on. You are.
May Chukwuka Kabia my grant us a wish. He said, Mazi, I know it will reach in this way. we are still going. We are still going ahead because a lot of things must be settled. What happens to us did not start today. It has been there for a long time. So we will pass through. We will pass through a lot to systemize our land, because now you will see after slave trade, they carried after they carried us slave, they missionalized us. After missionalizing us, they colonized us. After colonized, they commercialized. All this program is still down there, going up and down. People come back at them. Emmanuel Obi Madden. They are representing missionary. Ebuko Obi them. All of them are defending missionary. Then Governor Solu know them. They are defending colonies. So we have come to settle what's spoiled in our land, because in our land is where they copied everything they are using on earth. So we have come to put it in order. And we are not looking at anybody's face to put it in order. We are not looking at anybody's face. So we have come. The security we have in our land is all those 4 elements. Our Eke, our Ori, our Afo, our Nkwo is our securities. They are the chief head of our securities, and they are the judiciary of our land. Because any case brought to them, they judge it the way they judge it and give the answer. That's how it is. But some people will go astray to go and eat what they call underway, to subdue the earth. But after the repercussion must come out. So this is what is coming now, because we have come to make sure that we restore our motherland back. All this program is foreign. They have nothing to do in our land. They have nothing to do in our land because they don't know our land. We are the one that knows our land, and we are the one to systemize it. Warrant chiefs, they systemize them, must stay away, they must stay clear, so that we systemize our land. Because they are not doing the things of our land. They are not representing us. So Mazi, I must thank you. What is happening is not surprise to us, because we know it will happen. It will occur. It's not surprise to us. But that we are calling all traditional people to come up, to support anybody that come up to stand for the tradition people. That is what IPOB is calling for. That is what IPOB come to systemize. That's why you see IPOB today, because nobody is keeping the law of the land again. So we have come to keep the law of the land. So Ezeke and Ezoye, Ezafo, Ezenkwo, Ezudo, Ezogugu, Ezengene, Ezaro, Ezana, Ezajana, Ezengwu, Ezakpu, Ezemmi. Olugukwa na omume. Ndobo nonye ji ohu bụ nna. Wee ji ohu bụ be nna ya fụtabanụ. N'olugo na omume. Na agba eke nwangwule elugo ọtọ. N'ọka anyị tọfịa ka anyị na-ekwu. Bikonu. Ihe na-eme kịta abụ ọgụ ikpeazụ anyị anụ otu onye ndu anyị si wee kwu n'ọkwa ọgụ ikpeazụ anyị anụ n'elu ụwa ọgwụ ya dị ihe onye ọbụla fụta ife anyị na-ekele ụmụnne anyị ndị nke na-akwụdosi ike maka ya bụ ọdịnala ha pụtasị ike ha jee kpọnye ihe ndị bụ ndị eze eke ndị bụ ndị eze oye ndị bụ ndị eze ahụ ndị bụ ndị eze nkwọ ndị bụ ndị eze udo ndị bụ ndị eze ogwugwu ndị bụ ndị eze ngere ndị bụ ndị eze arọ ndị bụ ndị eze ana ndị bụ ndị eze aja ana ha fụtaba na ọ bụ ha nwanwe okede ọrụ kịta maka na IPOB bụ ihe ka ha na-egba mgbe ya eri oge maka na IPOB bụ na onye meghọ n'azụ onye ndu anyị na onye ndu anyị ga-anọ n'ihu ọgụ ọ na-eme n'ihu ihe ọbụla a na-ekwu ọ na-anụ ya nke anyị ekwe nke anyị ajụ mana ha ekwe ha chọọ ka ọ na-eme n'azụ onye ndu anyị mana anyị nwasị n'ọba asị nọ n'ihu onye ndu anyị ka ọ ya ekpe ya na n'ihu DOS anyị ọ bụ ihe anyị kwu ọ bụ ya bụ ihe anyị na-agba mgbe ya mana ha kwadoro ha na-akpụ ya Owere ekposi Owere ike mana anyị jụrụ ajụjụ sie ike onye ọbụla ha ya jụrụ ume maka na ha abịagwo ya bụ okwu ahụ anyị na-ekwu si ihu oge ọwụ ya bụ ihe akịta unu ahụ soro udo na ha eme obere oge kịta ọ gbazuo ebe niile mana anyị abịago anyị agbafuo na be anyị ha nwa bịara abịa ana m ekene ọhamadike Nnamdi Kanu ebe ọwụ na ọ nọ a sị m na ọ bụ ndụ nka ihe akwa ihe nwe ogologo ndụ ahụ dị mma ya na ezinụlọ ya ụmụnne niile ikwu na ibie asị m ndị ichie ebe nne ya ụmụ ọkpụadọla be nne ya mmụọ mkpuke ụmụnne ya ebue ọnụkụ ya mpaghara ya wa na Biafra a na-ekwu maka ya ihe asị ha dubie achebelie na ekele ori na afọ na ọkwụ na-arụ ndị igwe ọkwụ ọhụrụ n'ọkwụ ohio ise.
There. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Please go on.
Yes, I can hear you, Mazi Jonathan.
There, Mazi.
My name is Mazi from Celebration. Mazi, what we are saying is truth. First of all, let me also add my voice to condemn what these traditional rulers, Warren Chief, their press release against our people. Although IPOB is very clear, we don't support evil, we don't support crime, we don't support atrocities. We don't say government not to fight crime. Like as I'm adding my voice, fight it generally. Don't select particular set of people. Because if you look at religion is the most way our people used to commit crime. Mazi, religion have made our sisters not to marry. But before, it's not like that. And that is why they are going from one church to another. Mazi, what this religion brought to us is numerous, is uncountable. This religion makes our youth become lazy. Mazi, before, during our forefathers married more than 5 wives. But Mazi, it's not because of mansion, it's not because of luxurious cars, but due to famine. Because of famine, agriculture. That's what we used to know a rich man in that time. That is onye wu baroba you know the person by the farm, the agri farm, or the farm activities of the man. And that is the process in which our forefathers marry many wives and they live happily. But this time around, the Mazi, if you don't drive Land Rover, if you don't drive, which car am I going to call it? Pastor or father or reverend can never see you that you are in the church. And that is why crime is in a high rate than that time. Mazi, most of them that carry this religion that making our society to be very dumb and lazy don't know how many years this Christianity is lasting in our land. None of them knows that. And it's a very sad something. It's a very sad something in our society. But I thank God we have come to change the narrative. And we must continue. We must clear everywhere that we stop our people not to reason well. And in this case, I urge our DOS to raise a memo against this press release of warrant chief against our people. Because the so-called governors can never be using this so-called warrant chief to intimidate our people. What if other people, other tribe do the same to our people? Although they will not thought, because you have seen Ohaneze Ndigbo begging for 10 trillion. You will see other people will still do the same. You will see them, they will still go down and collect money, begging them money, and even hailing them. And that is why we must stop anything that will make our land to be jeopardized, that will put our people in confusion. Call it religion, call it whatever you call it. But the head of it is religion. We don't ask people not to worship whatever they want to worship. But you must have sense. And you must do it in the proper way. Not to, using religion to convince our people. Telling you that a window of heaven with God will open. Why? There's no work for you to work. You don't do business. You don't go to work. But then we give you superstitious belief that God will from heaven fall. He will pick it. And that is why they are doing no kite. In order to carry Land Rover and Jeep to come to church. And in the time of bazaar, they will give the highest money. Then we wear konkosa. So that the father and the pastor and the bishop will see them without asking them question where the money came from. Mazi, let me leave you, Lord, that's talk. But we have come to change the story.
There were, of
Like
course.
it or not.
Of course.
May God bless you, Mazi.
There were, and you too. There were. When they come to church, they give highest in bazaar, they throw money, they don't ask how. They know that the person has no real means of livelihood. They don't ask. And you are shouting, oh, criminality is increasing. Criminality, kidnapping. You don't know that they are doing very, very dubious business. Caller on what's up? What's up? Please go on.
Mazi, good evening, sir.
There were Mazi.
Hello, sir.
Mazi, go on.
Yeah, thank you so much. Biafrans, good evening. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I love you, sincerely, I love you. You have finished it. Mazi, I want to encourage you. Please, those people you want us not to call, for us to make provision for them to call, to come up and ask question politely or maybe with respect. Don't feel if they don't call, it's our own call that is disrupting it. No. You know why I'm saying this, eh? See, if you come to Nigeria here, the FM stations, any person that open up a new FM station here in Nigeria, will start off by playing nice music for them. Making fun, calling some, all these basket mouth, all those people who used to make fun for them. At the time they will now raise one question. They'll say, who one of you who knows that man who took the other wife husband, that woman who killed the other man husband and sleep with the other man wife. Before you know it, everybody will leave his or her business. These Igbo idiots, they will leave their business and begin to call those FM stations. And before 1 or 2 months, they will gain customers. Do you understand? Without you begging them to call, they will call. So, like one of our elder brothers, our forefathers will say something, Michael Opigwe, he said, any person that see good truth and did not say it out, when he dies, he begins to rotten from the eyes. And this is how the Igbos are, the useless Igbos marketers are this recent time. So I am not insulting them. There are some of them who want to call in, fine. They will, fortunately one day they will call in and ask you a good question with politeness, no wahala. But you see, most of them, majority of them, don't want, if you force them to call, they will not call. They are only dependent on us who have been regular callers to call and get answers from you. They will not call, not because they are ashamed, not because they don't have call card, or maybe they don't have a smartphone, or maybe they don't listen to Radio Biafra. They will not call, but they will force people to carry our information down to the cities and begin to criticize their mother and their father, animals everywhere. So I'm only begging you, don't even beg them again to call in. Those guys are mad. All of them are useless. Forgive me for using that word. This is my name. Sorry for that. Forgive me. Then another thing I want to say is this. You said something today that touched me. You said when somebody who have a fowl, traditionally, like they used to call us traditional people, we went and do sacrifice in whatever shrine we belong to, no problem. Then you have some other person in the church, or maybe from Jesus' side, who took our yam and fowl and goat to go and give to father or maybe pastor, man of God, papa, mama, and at the end of the day, they do the same thing there. How do you justify this? I was expecting them to call in and say, yes, this is a good one, that Jesus have taken that offer, and there is a righteous one, and our own is wrong, so that we understand where we are coming from. But they will not say anything. That thing justify what I'm passing through. Do you know, in my own family, my own immediate family, my brother, see, I will say it out because if you don't want to say it out, if you die, you will rotten from the eye. My elder brother told me something one day. He said that his wife was telling her that I used to carry her pants to go and do juju so that go marry him. I was like, what the hell is this? At the end of the day, they packed out, leaving me alone, but now I'm surviving. Then at the end of the day, I'm seeing that righteousness they claims to be is even taking them to another level of destruction. Because I have a pure heart, I'm not justifying myself, but I know I'm clean. So when I went to the overseer to complain, till today, Winner Chapel, the overseer in Iguacha, have never said anything concerning to that, because he never want to lose the customers. So why I'm saying this is that we should understand that these people are using our brain, like what you said, they are just people OBT, only by freaks. So they don't want to lose their customers, and they will not believe in what we believe to justify the truth. So Mazi, you are doing the right work for us. May God bless you. I remain down about
there were Mazi. We must continue. We must continue. We must continue. Crime should be called by its name. Crime has no color. That is it. That is how things are. Therefore, we must continue. Caller on what's up? Can you hear me? Caller on what's up? Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me?
Professor Jonathan, thank you for taking my call. Good evening, my brother. Good evening, my brother, sir. Yes. Yes. Can you hear me well?
Mazi, go on. The whole world is hearing you. Go on.
Okay, you speaking to a brother who's the scavenger. I'm calling from Africa du Sud, South Africa. I greet my leader, Mazi Nnamdi, Kanu, a prisoner of conscience, who set up this radio Biafra, a citadel of knowledge and spirituality to educate us. And that is what you are doing, Professor Jonathan. You are blessed, maintain your blessings. Yeah, Professor Jonathan, what I want to put in on your program this time is that, you said that our elders, yes, it is true, they didn't consider it relevant when the religions came to our land first, when they came with their deceit, when they came with their lies, when they came with their forgery and everything. Because if you look into the religion today, you find out that the religions, more especially Christianity, they are confused. The reason why I say that they are confused, here in the Biafra, we do like how our leader tell us, with these three arguments, and we quadruple it before we say anything. And we because of with the action and what we are seeing in religion, if you look into the religion, just go into the 10th commandment. Moses called together all the people of the Israel and said to them, people of Israel, listen to all the laws that I am giving to you. Learn them and be sure that you obey them. Moses said to Israel, this law is for the Israelites. It's not, he didn't say to the whole world. He said, listen to the word, listen to the law that I will give to you. These are the Israelites. He didn't call the Biafrans, he didn't call the Afghanistan, he didn't call even all the Europeans. He said the Israelites. Now, they bring it into our land and they wanted to force us to believe on their own beliefs. But they are not obeying all these things that they told us, that the 10 commandments. Go into the 10 commandments, you will hear so many things that is said there, and you see that is what the Christians are doing opposite there. Do not commit adultery. Which people are committing adultery today? The Christians, they are the most adultery committers in the world. The pastors commit it, the reverends commit it, the members commit it, even the bishop. I don't want to talk about bishop because I've never seen them, but from their members and some of their pastors, they commit adultery. They said you should not steal. But the Europeans came to Africa to steal our land, to steal everything, even our artifacts. They steal our land, they steal everything inside them, even our resources. They are stealing it today. These are the religions that we are dying for. They said you should not accuse someone forcefully, but the British accused the Biafrans forcefully. They accused the Igbos, and they are that the war. BBC said that the coup was a Biafran coup, or let's say the Igbo coup. But the Babangida is saying today that it's not the Igbo coup. It was a coup planned by one Nigerians, even to save them. The religion also, the 10 commandments said, do not commit adultery. And that is why I'm standing here to challenge everybody who know that this 10 commandments, if this commandment is realistic, can it be realized? Is there anything in these 10 commandments that can be realistic in Africa? They said we should not marry, they are telling us we should not marry two wives, we should not marry more than one wife. But today, the Europeans, even now, most of the Europeans, most of the persons, they have married one wife or two wives. Some of them in South Africa is married to about 3 wives. 3 wives. He has everything, but he's also a European. But when they talk about land that they steal from the South African people, they say it's a crime. They say that the South African citizens are committing crimes against other race, which are the white people. But the white people are the ones who steal the land from them. They steal the land of Africa and they come and teach us. Now we are dying for their own religion. Is there any religion in this 10 commandments that is realistic? None of them is realistic. If you ask anyone, call them Professor Jonathan and explain to us which of these 10 commandments is realistic in Africa. Because they are using it to kill us. They say, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not murder. They didn't specify one of them who came to kill us. What are we going to do them? They kill us by 3. They fought, they lied, they send their missionaries, even their pastors, they are lying. They do fake miracles, confusing our people. But they say we should not retaliate about them. We should not touch the anointing. Even when they are raping the wives of their own congregation, the wives of their own followers, they say we should not touch the anointing. Professor Jonathan, before I stop, we have no other thing to do than to support ESN. We have no other religion. Biafra is our religion, and the radio Biafra is where we worship, and that is where we continue to worship. We tell everybody to listen to Radio Biafra. If you are listening to Radio Biafra, you will defeat them in any argument. In every conversation, you will tell them, because we have the knowledge is with us. We know everything. Ohanese don't know themselves. Ohanese are confused people. Ohanese are money mongers. Igbo politicians are Igbo harlots. Political harlots. Wherever they fly money in their face, that is where they go. Ohanese wanted to sell us for $10 trillion. $10 trillion, 10 trillion pounds, or how many are they calling? But let me ask Ohanese, is this $10 trillion, is it not for the cow that was killed in their color? Is it not for the goat that was killed? Or are they for the children that they starve to death up to today? Thank you for taking my talk, Professor Jonathan. Therefore, I love you. I feel the members of my blood.
Mazi, there were. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Please go on.
I can hear you, Mazi. Good evening from you.
There were Mazi.
There were. Thank you. This is Emi calling from Italy. In here, then this struggle, if knows or you know, in Biafra now, very terrible. We don't find we even have to solve this problem. The problem is on daily basis, it grows wings. Let me start from this Ohanese people. Last time I said that in anything, any incident, or any rumor, there must be an incident. What they did to the mine for that 10 million, have given a talk, given also a discussion. Both questions out. Now, this is the same Ohanese that demanded for 10 million and 10 trillion. It's the same Ohanese who you play the voice of one of our brother here, who stopped them from going to North to beg the Fulani for atrocities of Igbo. Now they have seen that the Igbos are not the people that did